Beautiful. I guess I should. Edit. I guess I should probably just make an announcements channel at some point for this instead of putting it in my general chat. The Great Ace Attorney. There you go. Sell promo. And do that. And do this. Hello, anybody coming into the, oh, I do have the chat open, so I don't have to worry about that. Cool. I didn't talk to you, Google. Make sure to turn the audio back to English before you resume. Does it immediately start me in England? Because as far as I can tell, no one's told Naruhodo that we're going to England yet. But then again, there's probably no voice acting important parts. I don't know. I'm going to leave it on. Okay, fine. Thank you for letting me know then, Kipe. I'll set the voices back to Japanese. I mean, back to English. It makes more sense in the next cutscene to start in English. Okay, I'll take it then. Thank you for clarifying. Why did I get, wait, what? That message showed up in my stream preview before it showed up in my OBS chat. That's funny. Okay. Let me just finish throwing all my dumb little promos everywhere. Is it okay if I do it? Yeah, he did it twice. It's fine. And I think my friend's channel automatically does it, doesn't it? Where's self promo? No, it doesn't. Okay, I'll just throw this in here. Cool. That's. Oh, I should probably throw it in here as well. I have too many friends who I can sell promo on their Discord channels. I played through the game, but I'm going to stay spoiler free. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you for coming by here and helping out. You know what? I'm as thanks here, I'm gonna give you power. Now you have a sword. Congratulations, Kipe. What are you gonna do with your sword? Are you gonna be like Asogi and just swing it about? Thank you, I have no idea what I'm doing. Good. Alright. I'm gonna just drink some water and then I'll start. I probably should have started the stream earlier and waited for people to come in. But I didn't, so... Okay, where's my game? Okay, there's my game. Bring you here. Perfect, perfect. Let me continue then. Absolutely start from this. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room,
oh, I see.
Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner, and he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I guess a snake would be a speckled band, huh? And yes, that makes sense to start in English. 9th January, 6:37 a.m. on the board of steamship Burya. Burya!
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
Wait, why is she here?
Excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery.
What do you mean no? It was broken.
A message on the floor.
It's Russian.
With the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then, and the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time.
Akeruna.
Script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Well, yes, it's in Japanese. It says Akeruna.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
What?
Who are you? And what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
I love the accents.
You see, in less than 5 seconds from now,
He does sound like the heavy.
the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
Wait, he's here too.
I'm the great British conspirator
Hosonoga.
detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
The audio skipped for a second there. Why is Inspector Hosonoga on this? But why is what's her name? I forgot her name already. Susano. Susano? Is that her name? Wait, she's probably in here. Let me remember people's names. Never mind. I only have Asogi in here. Oh, my head. What's going on? Susato. Thank you. Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait. I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, Oh. So you wake up now, I have to do a, what is that, like a fake Russian accent? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could wake up. How you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Oh, sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, okay. It's her. Susato, there you go. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in sheep's belt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. No! I just met him and he was great. Oh. Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. I guess I should have guessed from the fact that he was the only person inside the court record. Oops. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! I assume what happened is I was stowing away in his room for some reason. Because I wanted to go to Europe with him or something. Hello, Robin. We just started case 2 and just found out Kazuma, Asogi, was dead in this room that we were on. And I think we're on a boat. And Kazuma was dead in this room. Next to some Russian writing, which doesn't make any sense, but okay. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Oh, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret? Oh, what I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't we write keep out or something on this piece of paper? Okay, that's what akeruna means. Keep out. Akeruna. Yes. Do not open, that's what that means. Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. I can't believe I'm going to be defending myself on a second case. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can try to do is find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Cosmo's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped from these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Oops. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Cosma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say. You were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato arrived at his cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open when we managed to get inside. There was Cosmo-sama, collapsed on the floor. I don't think Cosmo knew Russian to write a word out in Russian. That's weird. I mean, he even wrote out "do not open" on the cabinet in Japanese for some reason. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh. Yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, 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 that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yeah. We're perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ugh. I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Hiya! What the? That was a Susato takedown. Oh my god, look at I love that it's upside down. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yeah, she just yeeted me onto the floor. Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Can I get up normally, please? This is very weird looking at you upside down from an angle. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, there you go. Kazuma would have stuck this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Perfect.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Huh? Yeah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Conjuring trick? What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Ooh, look at that, got a little menu. Hold on. I need to look at this text. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Anyone in the chat know Russian? I don't know what that reads. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Sato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Oh, yeah, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? It's telling me how to... I'm sure you're careful to look around using the left and right buttons on the directional pad, aren't you? You know, the directional pad that you have on your human hands. Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I haven't needed to investigate, so... It's some 2 weeks It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage on your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. God, that must be torturous. Can you imagine? The plan was to have him in that tiny wardrobe for 50 days. Oh my god. Well, let's look at this ink. I investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. What, with the ink? It's spilled all over the floor. Okay, well, let's look at his notes. This is where dear Kazuma-san would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Ugh. Okay, fine. This is where I came stowed in. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought aboard inside that case. Ah yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. What is this? Why is everything sideways? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as the whole shelf has been ransacked, and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? I wonder. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Why are you changing the... Okay. That's... okay. She should have left the crime scene how it was. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. I love her. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. What's this? What is this purple thing? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netscape fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? This has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Oops, I didn't mean to click that yet. I want to see this. What is this? This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book while I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That almost sounds magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not really ready to let his spirit go just yet. What is this? That's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Oh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh, never mind. What's down here? There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Alright, is that it? Is that it? What is this horn thing? Horn okay, lamp okay. I see there's a window here, which is very important to me. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find the way in when the seas are rough or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. What? Hello? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, Don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. He's investigating Cosmo's desk. Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Before I talk to him, though, I want to... Oh, I can't converse with you. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna examine and then talk to this guy first, because I have not talked to him. Also the door, because I want to see that latch. When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and a thread to draw a bolt from across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet, of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Here we go. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. Thank you for the hydrate, Robin. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Huh? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What? And when the bare-boned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill, unless it's the guy in the corner. Oh, thank you for redeeming posture check. I actually had terrible posture at that moment. Yes. Let me fix that up. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way Hiya! Why would you think I'm Russian? Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it. You see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, and observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Here we go. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. So, it's really you? The actual Herlock Sholmes? The very same. The inimitable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Well, let's see what he has to say. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Oh yeah, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, and presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, to me is a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even in the most subtle reactions in this subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Or data, he would say, actually. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a short few moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on the scenes, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Tell me about those two facts. Mr. Sholmes, tell us please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Hold on. Let's see if Google can help us say that word. Wardrobe in Russian.
Гардероб.
That sounded like the gibberish that I said, right? Tell me that didn't sound like the gibberish that I just said. Hold on. It's just...
Гардероб.
I can't... Garderobe, it says under it. Sure. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head for this young man Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered garderobe. Garderobe may be the name of a certain killer, a certain Robert God, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message. that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Possible hidden details. Objection. Hey Andy. Hope you're doing good. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Hope you're doing good. Yeah. You're doing okay. I'm gonna shout you out because you can. Shout out to Andy, who also streams. He does a lot of cool stuff. He speedruns stuff sometimes, like Diddy Kong Racing, and then also plays randomizers recently. Popping into Andy's streams every now and then. Use Alt and up to select recent messages sent by this user. What? I could do that? Sorry, Twitch just gave me like a chat tip for some reason. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Oh, you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. I can't read that. I can't read Russian. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Okay, your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to just discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Vilen Bolshevik flees Russia from via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call in Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosmo of Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Cosmo-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Vilen Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. So, this is the second case. In the first case, I defended myself against my best friend who is actually a lawyer. My character is not a lawyer, but I defended myself instead of my best friend doing it because if my best friend were to lose, he would have lost his trip to England and would never get it back, and that was his dream forever. And I successfully defended myself, and my best friend was like, you have a knack for being a lawyer. Like, you have a natural talent. You should come with me to England. So he made us stow away in his wardrobe on the ship. And then he was killed one night, our best friend, and they found us in the wardrobe. And it was a locked room murder, so we're the only possible suspect. For some reason, Herlock Sholmes thinks that we're a Russian person who did the, I don't... And as I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list, need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of the assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Oh. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. That's a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest of me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Okay. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. I can't read this, but some princess lady. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, but it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Oh, and hello, Chu. I didn't say hello when you came in. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing in her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is property of the Novovich Ballet, which seems the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do now. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. So both of those articles are now here. Cool, perfect. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Okay, I just did that. Alright, what were you just investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, my dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with the complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? Why is he laughing? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes. I am much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here is Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard of that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered in the court record. So, I believe I've given you enough time to consider. I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Wait, what? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. I was just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting about something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hiya! These chains can't hold you. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? Ugh, as if you give me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that? Inspector Hosonaga! Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. Can't help but feeling I've seen him before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. And why are you still coughing and bleeding? Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out with this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders at this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Huh? It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin, not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So, if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason to why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel, and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I know what we can use. See if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs. Okay. Back out and present. Oops. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're trying to still work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see? I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove these handcuffs either. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. But isn't the guy at the door? Okay, well, I guess we're going to the first class passageway. We're on the SS Burya! 7:48 a.m. SS Burya first class cabin passageway. I'm gonna bite into a cracker. Oh. Sorry, I was very craving a cracker. I have a bunch of saltines on my side. I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Is that a mousetrap? Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. A map would be useful. Looks like a plan of the SS Burya. Shows each stack, look. The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. I'm not sure if that's the same thing. Japan was made by volcanoes, if I'm correct, which means that they are probably still touching the crust of the earth. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I assume so. That's a huge book on the top table. Actually, no, that's probably... You know what? I didn't think about that. I wonder if you could go under Japan. I love when two characters have a moment to share a single brain cell. Yes. That's a huge book on top of the table there. There's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Wouldn't he be writing in Russian? And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably, this means that there was nothing to report. Well, let's go into the next room. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled bang emerging. Maybe whoever's in the cabin will help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Excuse me, we need to get inside this cabin here. The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying keep out. And that's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. What's this? What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets an alarm. I can't read. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Why is there a mousetrap on the floor? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Is there anything else to look at? We have the sailor over here. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oh. You seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not a sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. You can't just name your character Beef Stroganoff. Ooh, the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Hey Delta, thanks for passing by. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens, traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? How do I pronounce that? I assume that says da. Susato-san? Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Huh. Well, sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Oh, sorry, that was him saying it. Yes, it's tantalizing. Passenger in the next door cabin, okay. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is an authentic Western gentleman. Such man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not of your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like anyone's there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not of your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in, or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about the student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Fun fact, his name in Japanese is still Stroganoff, but his first name is Mitrov. Like Meatloaf Stroganoff. Meatloaf. Incredible. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet. Yet or niet? Niet. I think that's what it is, right? Niet. It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or any sense anything that was wrong in some way? I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Wait. Could have sworn he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. But how do I make him speak up? This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second-class areas, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the peaks fly. Yes, I understand. Sorry, what was it? When something hits the top of the mountain? When lobster whistles on the top of the mountain. Okay. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Well, I guess that means we can go in here now. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Well, I assume Sholmes is in here as well, considering he said he was going to be in here. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one here to help with their inquiries. How annoying. That was a scream. What was that? Came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Oh, stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off the hinges. This is a metal door. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes! The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. 9th January, SS Buria, first class, cabin number 2. Oh. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me, and you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I am a great detective among great detectives who adores the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man who uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns. Wait, I'm sorry, I said that in my thoughts. How did you agree to my thoughts? Wait. What do you think you're doing? What is Sholmes doing? This is my cabin, get out. Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. What a pity, we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. Skip text, skip text, skip text. It passes down in the Naruto family. Their thoughts are always visible on their faces. That is true. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh, and it would seem the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired Great Deduction to the case. could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. Well, what are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Is this how I speak? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could I possibly know such things that you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate, sorry. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Let's figure that out. So the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. There's an exclamation point. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Well, there's also something in his pocket. I imagine he's going to cut with that. The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Huh? Now moving on. The question that then begs is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular this fascinating front-page article, which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Okay, he looks nothing like that. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noticed the article yourself, you decide to remove the incriminating facial hair before I give you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Vilin Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand? Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. That doesn't seem right. Topic 2, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah, and I assure you that I speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits right before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would the identity of this young lady in this traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we only need to follow the furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of the newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Alright, can we point out the flaws in his deduction now? Because I really want to do that. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Didn't need that. Thus concludes the Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. Whoa! Yay, we got Bear Raid! Thank you for the raid, Matsu! What were you streaming? How did it go? Let's get a cool little shout out for Matsu. You were playing Hollow Knight. Ooh, I actually need to play some Hollow Knight. It's been on. I have it. It's been on my list for a while. I really need to get around to playing it. I need to play Hollow Knight and I need to play Metroid 2. I'll probably play AM2R or the 3DS one. I could also play the 3DS one, Samus Returns. But yeah, I need to play a version of Metroid 2. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. We are in the middle of deducing some clues about the second case in the Great Ace Attorney. For those who haven't joined us in the Great Ace, who weren't here for yesterday, there are some mild spoilers. This is just the second case, and the first case is mostly tutorial. But someone important to us has passed away, and it was a locked room murder, and I was the only person in the room because I was a stowaway. And they're pinning it on me, so we're trying to deduce information and figure out what is going on here and stuff. I am having a good time with this game, though, so let me continue. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. And thank you for the follow, Kadama. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At that time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance. Don't think that's what revolutionary means. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Oh, this is kind of a prequel to the Ace Attorney games. That is about the first person in the Naruhodo clan, which is Phoenix Wright's Japanese name. It's the first person to become an attorney in his family line, essentially. It's his ancestor becoming an attorney around the time when Japan and England are first making negotiations and stuff and becoming partnered as countries. Another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'll be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, no, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain leanness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes are cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. There's something about his powers of deduction. They suck ass. It's true. So I was wondering if we may perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I'm sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' Great Deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Ah ha ha! It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What? Ah! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Let's tackle topic 1 first. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand? Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch out a key word here, Mr. Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Hello? Wait, different things? Copious beard. We can't point at the sunglasses? Oh, darn. This is a lot of hair. Golden locks. Yeah. I assume this is what it is. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning gold locks. No. The color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? How's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Golden locks. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. That's not what you were saying, but okay. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. I'm not a tsundere. This is strictly business, no strictly Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given the fact that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. I'm pretty sure that was a low-key, strictly come dancing joke. Alright, I'll do my best. I don't know what strictly come dancing refers to.
Yes!
Article about ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. The UK equivalent of Dancing with the Stars. Oh, I see. Strictly Come Dancing? That's a terrible name. That's so funny. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! You made her drop the shears. We're lucky it didn't hit anything important. Look, they actually animated her taking off her disguise. That's nice. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean Nikolina Pavlova. Okay, Matsu, you have a good night. Bye-bye. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Topic 1 solved. Now topic 2. The wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Huh? And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the Great Detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Oh, stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Let's see. We got something over there, a tiara. Oh, she was going to steal the tiara and break off the pieces so she could sell the diamonds.
Yes!
Though I don't know what's in the case that's alive. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking the precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. All right, I will tell you everything. There's no point hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Coup d'oeil? I don't know. There is a plate on the floor, you're right. Once again, we need to only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books in the shelf. What? He's completely changed tact with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Simple. She stole the gold statue and replaced it with this one. Wait. Where did she get a replacement, actually? Never mind. Small picture. The rules. A pet. Right. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Budia. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Let's present it.
Yes!
Hey, Greeman. Hope you're doing well. We are on the second case of the Great Ace Attorney. Yes, the reason why you've refused to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case is a pet, yes? Is the last item forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage, a pet? Ah! Wrongdoing? Possession of a prohibited animal. Topic 2 solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. They do like taking their sweet time around certain things in this game so far. The first case was also very kind of long-winded. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream that we heard outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard? Then just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things like that happen sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' Great Deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Ah, your hands are cuffed again. I like that they had to do that just so they can keep the same animations in the dance. That's funny. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary really was. Well, let me see. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night. Please. You must not touch my things. How do you say, forbid it? Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Oh, hypocrite. Alright, I guess we have to talk to her first. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice... Hold on. Wait, hold on. There you go. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget a challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Paoloa, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is none of your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. Seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Shoei. Anyways, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside a traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ah, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of the young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. You can't say that, Ryunosuke. You can't say that in a furry stream. His identity is a very close-guarded secret, not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Oops, I did not mean to hit that. I meant to hit B. I get confused because Nintendo switches their controllers or their buttons around. Okay, right. Yes. Can I not skip this? How annoying. Now actually hit B. Let's show her. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like a sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's there up on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Whoa, my audio is acting up. Does the music sound weird to you guys, or is it just on my end? Whoa, 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 what is going on? Hold on, give me a second. Wait. Whoa, what's going on with the music? It's like crackly on my end. Do you guys hear crackling on the music? Yeah, that's weird. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be this USB? No? My voice is cracking. Okay. To me, the music was cracking. Man, I don't know what's going on with my... Oops, sorry. I don't know what's going on with my microphone. I guess I'm gonna need a new one soon. Maybe I won't get a Yeti next time. My mute button stopped working and now it's just... Whoa, what? My mute button started working again. Okay. Well, that's good, but now why is my voice cracking? Well, let's continue. The audio stopped crackling on my end. Nope, that's a lie. It's still cracking. Alright, I don't know. Maybe if I do this, hopefully this doesn't break anything. Okay, hold on. I don't know if that fixed the audio on that side. I need to... There you go. Perfect. Sounds better. Okay. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Oh. How did you do that so quickly? Whoa, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said get out. Or do you want me to throw you out? Ah, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite... To be continued. Alright, time for a little break. You guys get yourself hydrated. You guys get yourself a snack or two if you want. I'm gonna take a little break just to get myself A snack? What do I want? I might like eat some chips. I want some. I'm craving some chips, and I have some salsa in the fridge, so I'm gonna have a little bit of some chips. Let's save. But yeah, little break. Be right back. I bought round chips instead of like the normal like triangle shaped tortilla chips, and they're really terrible for dipping. I feel like it's supposed to be the opposite, but like you try to dip it, but because it's round, you don't really have like a dig into the salsa, and then because it's round, there's no like a natural point for it to go into your mouth as you bite into it. So like you bite it and then it cracks in your mouth in a weird shape and then it stabs the inside of your mouth. So tortilla rounds suck. I'm just gonna get regular chips from that point. Round chips are so weird. I don't know why I got these. I regret it. Anyway, let me finish crunching all these and I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let me close this. Let us continue, shall we? Oh, the chair is still there. Wait, where's the chair? There it is. Well, we're back in the passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. Should I go back in? Well, let's see what he has to say. I really wish we had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Why is your face tanned in this weird, interesting pattern? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I will show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Why are you reading my mind? Stop reading my mind. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked, I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. I suppose that should be obvious, right? Right, check this, yes. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel smart, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Oh my god, what is going on with this? Is it my audio cable? I think it might be this cable. Oh, that might be it. It might be the cable that's connecting my microphone. Might be worn. Which means I need a new micro USB cable. Not micro USB, this is a mini USB, isn't it? Ugh. I definitely don't have very many of those. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate, Robin. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Well, he's been in that one place the whole time, so I don't know if he would have found anything. You don't usually find anything when you're standing in one place. It looks like they're still investigating here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have something new information for us. You never know. Where is he? There he is. Oh no, he looks all beaten up. You're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think it was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Did we just tell him that? Okay. So much for keeping her secret. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us that the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. Oh, is that where we're stopping next? So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. We do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What's this new information? What's this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bourgeois medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh, Cosmo's post-mortem report. Cosmo-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound that would be left. Poor Cosma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you living in this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Let me check it out real quick. What we got? Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. No bruising or anything either? Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what that meant. Well, I would assume that's what's on the floor. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, you see? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is this, Sato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan. Sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor? Mark of the floor has been entered into the court record. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Interesting. That makes me curious about the food, but we already checked that, so it's not there. Let's talk to this man. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, what was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. Oh, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. The rules. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard this SS Bodia. No dangerous objects and no pets. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. As far as Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. I hear a faint whistling sound, and I see a speckled band. It's almost impossible to believe he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We're going to solve this mystery now, Naruhodo-san. We will. Okay. It's clear these letters were written with ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. They spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Yeah, we check this, we check the wardrobe. Really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whoever whatever it was has broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's the great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Check this, check that. Check the door. I already talked to him. Still curious about the bookshelf. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin are neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are untidy. What else do I gotta check? I think that's all that I can check for now. What else do I got? I can't move. They're not gonna let me move, are they? Oh, they did. Okay. So I guess I can be here. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la... What? Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Okay, well, let's get back into her cabin real quick while she's not there. Uh-oh. It's open. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. Not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Cosmo's sake. Not just for Cosmo-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Alright, well, we're gonna examine this thing, because it's open now. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the Great Detective's Great Deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Naruhodo-san, are you in there? Are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see. I don't have some strange compulsion to jump into every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. This is also knocked over. Oh no, it's doing it again. God, why is it doing that? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. That's so weird. Let's check her bed, maybe? No. The same bell thingy? There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. No! She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Yeah, I was about to say, like, come on. Why is this plate on the floor? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it's been put there deliberately. How do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? No, it's probably a saucer for water for her pet. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. Why? You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Let's check the garbage. Suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Well, it was worth a check, I guess. There's just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. Wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It seems like Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. What else have I not checked? I mean, the rules, I guess. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Rules of passage. Oops, my bad. Suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she reads this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. I think that's all I can check in this area. Nothing really new. This ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Oh, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out from this ventilator. Cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin has. The bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. I think that's all. No, there has to be something else that I'm missing. There's nothing in the garbage. Check the tea. It's not letting me check under the table. Check that. Lantern, hooks. Is there anything up here? No. Same painting. Nothing in the lights. Just gonna move this like this. Yeah, nothing. That led me to nothing. What do I do about that? Unless I could turn around anymore. No, I can't. Court record. Think you need to check the hallway again? Yeah, I was about to do that. 'Cause that's the only thing I can do is I can move to the hallway again. Is there something else I can check in here? Whoa! Well, oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Oh yeah, he was singing earlier. I should have turned around and see if I could find him. I just assumed he was going to be inside the room. Tra-la-lee-la-lee-la-lee, I did it the Great Detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extreme high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did the Great Detective way. Mr. Sholmes. Ah! Well, what is it? Do you want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Look at this animation, it's so funny. Alright, I get the picture. Could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries were blank. Which means that there's nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Ah, ha 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 ha! You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Ha ha ha! Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman of Sand sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes, Sholmes. Brilliance. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. You seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Everybody has a headache. He's still singing to himself. I can hear as he wanders down off the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Interesting. Hosonaga told us the same thing, didn't he? Oh, I can't say anything new to him. I guess we're going back into her room. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, what's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. Whoa. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? The bolt slid into place. Look at that. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very, very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. That seemed like a really short bit to be continued at, right? I feel like we just came back from it to be continued. Gasps, dun dun dun. Okay, so it isn't a locked room murder. There was just an emergency stop. The emergency stop puts so much momentum when it breaks that it locks all of the doors. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh? How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Da, and he is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, the cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Examine the books. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things! You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? Hiya! Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? I mean, she can. I was just starting to think she was my friend, is what I said. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we stuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate here in order to help understand what happened to... I assume that means get out in Russian. Oh, it's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Can we prove anything to you? You got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now that this has happened, I have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. I mean, what did I expect? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Why does he have the tiara? Naturally, I was analyzing what the weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the Great Detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time. What is it to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. Huh? What? What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ah, you have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. Is the stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called the locked room mystery in detective stories. Da, locked room, that is point. The room was locked? Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not the so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain the access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? Gah! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? That's not possible. Ah, but it is. This is advanced tomfoolery. It really is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound, and 1:35 a.m. what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold! Everyone is screaming. Huh? What the? Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think That this is precisely the trap the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Osogi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, here we go again. Great deduction, game is afoot. Can I interrupt him while he's saying things? Because this part takes a little long because he has to go through his entire spiel and then we have to hear it again. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. It looks more like her aching hand. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Why is she protecting something? No, don't look at me. This had nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, could be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you are talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Intruder's identity, a beloved speckled snake. Okay. How Mr. Osogi died. Is he going to say poison? Because that's incorrect. Moving on, we've come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there is no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could that be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? She is still hiding something. But now you involuntarily glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you would put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? That's not true. Having slid the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed to only sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Well, we have something to counter that, at least. And thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction of the Speckled Band. Wait, are they going to remove my handcuffs again so I can counter him? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your Great Deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, there's nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see? So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake to using milk as a reward. Your deductions are still fucking awful. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. Snakes do have ears, they're just not, like, obvious ears. They have ear holes, if I'm correct. At least some reptiles do. I'm not sure if snakes do, but I'm sure they do. I mean, I feel like rattlesnakes would be able to hear each other, right? I have no proof of this, but I think it's the case. Anyway. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance at the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers played their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator through the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have a part in this. Looking it up, snakes don't have ears but still have some sense of hearing. What? Snakes don't have ears? That's so sad. Give snakes like little pointy ears. Give dragons like little pointy ears. Give them cat ears. Cat ears on snakes. I vote for cat ears on snakes. Or little puppy ears, because they look like little puppies. They have like little smiley :3 faces, and they're little puppies, and I want to pet them. They have internal ear bits, but no ear holes. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that this was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? This is so ridiculous that they have to explain this every time. You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where do they go? Fear not, I shall see the rest restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Alright, I'm just gonna skip this part. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Cosmosama's death was weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. It's not an aching heart. It is... Wait, what? Right here. Oh, rotate. Okay, good. Whoa! Whoa! That's new. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratcher doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin that portentous night? Portentous night. Why, naturally, it was the friend from which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of the Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What is the true identity of her pet? We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we will find the answer. Well, she did look in that direction. He's her pet. Is there well, there you go. She just had a photograph of her with a cat. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Oh. And the cat has the bell on it. Half of the bell that was cut clean in half. There's a little kitty. Little kitten.
Yes!
Yes, I present the little kitten. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Cats have ears. And snakes should also have ears that look like cat ears. See, it all comes back together. Dark is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that leaves us in a quandary. That was a black cat, not a gray cat. A Russian blue is a gray cat. Anyway, and yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell the Speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me, this has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does, you have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slowed skin. That doesn't make sense anymore. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever had known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, this is... what is that? It's not snake's slowed skin, it is... something. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but... what is it? I think it's just a cat toy. It seems to be soft and fluffy. Long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This is sort of common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Alright, let's present that.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you were trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, in the true nature of the now infamous Speckled band. Huh? And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved at it. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice. But why? For what reason? Because the cat probably went through the ventilator into his room. So she was trying to whistle and get it to come back. My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Ms. Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Daka. Kia, she says. Kia. A truly troublesome feeling young Daka has proven to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Okay. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it's happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Daka, she is so naughty. A beloved kitten. Topic number 2. How Mr. Asogi died. His conclusion was a venomous snakebite, but Mr. Sholmes... There are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on the Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Oops, that's a ship's log. I almost submitted the wrong thing. Postmortem report. The circumstances of the victim's report can only... Okay. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. Huh? His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. No. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. Oh, I don't know why I said that in French-ish accent. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darklight didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose... it is possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. I agree, actually. Because there was a sudden stop, it's very possible. Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe that Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Oh. The cat's collar broke off and he slipped and fell.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove that the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, but of which I now carry a matter, of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. Undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Huh? Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. But, and if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. The tiara again? That's what she was using the shears for. She wasn't taking the diamonds off of the tiara. She was putting them on it. Now somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 of rubles here. This hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. Starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the Great Detective. Yeah, unless... Or... it's in the trash. Might be the other thing. There's a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. There it is, the other half of it. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, then perhaps it's more your mind than more than your mind playing tricks on you. Okay, never mind. This is the trash. I mean, the tiara, it was the same color of the bell. You can't say that I was off, really. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you time, dear girl. Why? Because we have the conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Jarka's collar, is the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. That's incredibly unfortunate. That is like extremely unfortunate. That our very best friend died by tripping over a cat. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... Oh, I'm glad my mute button works now because I had to sneeze. Oh, I see. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a very large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. That much can be proved by the books falling over as well. But what became of the kitten afterwards? She went over. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Oh, I thought she actually went over to check. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as unsufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. Well, it's probably eating the leftovers of the chicken. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on, I also have to sneeze. Oh, I think I caught a summer cold. It was kind of like cool out for a while, and then suddenly it got really warm yesterday, and so my air conditioner hit hard, and I think it gave me a cold. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board of the ship? Well, obviously from the markings of this guy's face, it's his. Oh, I didn't say. Oh my god, I'm sneezing a lot. Snake is my friend. His name Piroshko. What? What? That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Oh god, I don't know what just happened. I feel like I just got hit by like a truck. I suddenly got hit by like 10 million symptoms of a cold, like all at once. Whoa, jeez. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are seized for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend, without someone who understands? I'll be fine. I don't know what just happened. Like my nose is running. I'm sneezing like constantly. I was fine for like the first 3 hours of the stream. It just hit me like right now. My nose is like running and I'm sneezing a bunch. And I feel like warm. I don't know. We'll see. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. If he had just gone to bed earlier, he would have been alive. But also, where's this cat? Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you have not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes, Kazuo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Oh, was that me who said that? Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first sentence. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Hold it. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. Right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly been a mere accident. Huh? Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. The writing. Someone went in there and wrote in Russian the word wardrobe.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Oh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh, my nose clogged up. What the? Why? Sorry if I make gross sounds. Weird. I don't know. I've never I've never been like hit by like cold symptoms all at once randomly like this. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, the fact that she had the bell in the garbage, no? Can I... Ooh. Oh. He didn't finish the last entry in his thing. He was writing something in the middle of it, and
Yes!
and he couldn't finish the sentence. What point are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened. I think. Oh, never mind. That was an oopsie. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. That was evidence to prove it. Ugh. If it was no accident, then what should we be looking for is one of these two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Okay, so it is the marking. I see. Alright. I confess your rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. It's funny, because I think in Japanese he would just say Naruhodo. Which means I see. Alright. Alright, I get it. The evidence is this.
Yes!
Only half of the bell is present. The other half was in the garbage. This, the piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... Hello? You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Da, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in the cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
Yes, it's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left the message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Ah, ha ha ha. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder that, Little wonder then, the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Why is he doing so much to protect her? Is it Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship. A member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Oh, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible. Ah, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from inside. We've talked about this 4 times already, lady. It's not possible this time. You're the one who told me it wasn't possible this time. Thread, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Way to shut the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Were you in here when that happened? Okay. Yes.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown in reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase. Also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, it sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that? Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed... That explains why so many things were on the floor. The SS Boria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over. All the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Osogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlovia? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Why are you looking like that, Mr. Hosonaga? What did you do? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. This sort of button? One is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. It was Sholmes who pressed the button? My god. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with sheep? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Osogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Burya's huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night? The log?
Yes!
At 2 AM there's a gap. Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties? What are you doing with that? That is mine. You rather carelessly left it atop the makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. It's where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 AM, something happened here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and I'd had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all this was happening with me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Oh, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night has been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman? Huh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this. Problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe? Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember it now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We cannot make all drug. How you say dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effect of the slumber-inducing potion and the evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who just like chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with the cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You would like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. Thank you for the hydrate. Took a sip of water. Also, my cold symptoms are completely gone. Oh, what happened? There was that not like less than an hour ago? What is going on with my body? Posture check. Let's continue. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular. To expose the truth. Oh my god. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Of these two prevaricators. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that someone tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Cosmo died. There it is. Ink.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff? You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of Mr. Stroganoff's uniform really is.
Yes!
The crime scene photograph. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Oh. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in the dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do an emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in morning. It was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell onto the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... What looks unnatural? And which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Well, the fact that he's facing forward, maybe? I don't know what he's talking about. What is this? Like, maybe this... No, that's his headband. The fact that he wrote the Russian? Like... I guess? Did we talk about that yet? Oh.
Yes!
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would have been most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Just the fact that he's facing down? Must be here, surely. No. Okay, I'm just gonna... What? I don't know exactly what it wants me to point out. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? Word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. Okay, no. They're talking about that again. If he broke his... Wouldn't he not be able to... Yeah, we already talked about that. He's saying that was already done by the criminal, but there's... Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna hit this. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Okay. So his hand?
Yes!
His hand is closed? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Okay, that is another thing I was thinking of. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Huh? What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, it's her earring. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. Sure, I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, Find the answer with your own eyes. There you go. Right here.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding on must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. Oh! I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. Huh? In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. Okay, what is my... why is my microphone doing this again? Give me a sec. Okay. Alright, it's back. Sorry, it said that was fully in yellow for a bit. I'm sorry if that made a loud noise for you guys. I absolutely have no idea what's going on with my microphone. This is the first time it's doing anything like this. So, forgive me for that. Let me make sure that the audio is working again. What happened to my audio? Give me 1 sec. Oh, and thank you, Robinson. I don't know if that means you're leaving, but if you are, you also take care. Okay, we're back. Alright, everything is back. I don't know what the heck was going on there. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Cosmo? Yeah. Oh. Oh, no worries, Robin. When I think about that, everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. No worries, Robin. I do that sometimes too. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Whoa. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Did he come out, or were you just at the door? The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Oh... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And... I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when he went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I think that would normally be judged as a crime of passion, but would likely be manslaughter at the very least. Yeah, I think it would be, in this case, accidental manslaughter or something like that. But I don't know how it would be handled back in this time period. Because she didn't intend to kill him. She intended to push him to stop him from alerting anyone else. But she accidentally knocked him over into a thing that caused him to die. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write for. I wrote Garderbo, so that person found him would look inside the wardrobe to find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. A Accordingly, the SS Buria did come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolts in the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said that Inspector was his friend. Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? No, it was obvious that he was going to tell me. He wanted to ask for my opinion. Yes, what was the victim really about to take on? What action was the victim really about to take on at that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. It's easy. I remember every detail of the room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. My cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Cosmo-san? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I learned today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little by when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Cosmo looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as if Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I can use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? That poor girl, she's 15. She was just panicking. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Gloria was finally laid to rest. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what, but I didn't think about you and how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to Princess Panuche. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah, I did sew away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you'd returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh no, she's crying. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's just too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something. I wish there was something I could say. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And it caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter? Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we? You are a stowaway, after all. Ha 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 ha. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincerest condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. If it's just me that has to go back, it's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Osogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Huh? But there is no one else here with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh? But anyway, the voyage to London is still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Huh? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Cosmo. He said that there was something that he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Huh? He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Oh, she smiled at me. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant? The numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor.
Give us interest. Give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? You've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-san would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Sogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. Treasure it always. So then, Miss Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked on the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. Did you throw me 5 times? 1, 2, 3. It was like 3 or 4 times. It wasn't 5 times. The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling, as judo. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of it. Ancient jujutsu technique. Oh. The judo... Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself, and somewhat an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Hiya! Why me?
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Karma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. Truly believe that. So a snake compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Okay. That is chapter 2, which took 5 hours to get through. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. This game is too long. Crash Course Canada awarded. I can see the complaints people had. Apparently the first half of this game is a little tedious to say the least, but then the second half of the game, which is a Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, apparently is really good. So I'm looking forward to that. So episode 3 I will do probably tomorrow, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. And then, oh, there's 5 chapters in this. Oh, jeez. Well, we'll see how long this game goes then. Let's return to the title screen. Now, say goodbye to everyone. Thank you for watching. Oh. Hello, Lane. Hello, Raiders. Thank you for coming into raid. Unfortunately, I literally just finished chapter 2 of the Great Ace Attorney, so I'm actually about to go and see who to raid. So we're just gonna have a little raid train then. Yes, there's 2 games. So this first game is Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which I guess is 5 chapters. I thought it was 4, but it's 5 chapters. And then Great Ace Attorney 2 is part of the Chronicles as well, and that is, I guess, 5 chapters as well. But that one is Resolve. And I'm still on part 1. I didn't realize this for a while. Yeah, it is 2 games. You have to go into Select Adventure to switch between them. I don't know why they don't just compile all of the story parts together, but I digress. Yeah, you're like 2-4, but it was great to go through this again. Honestly, I'm looking forward to getting to game 2 because I hear that's when it really gets good. But yes, thank you again, Lei, for raiding. I'm gonna give a little shout out to you before I go. Feel free to go follow my good friend Lei. He streams. He was playing Warcraft. You just stream whatever game you're feeling like playing, if I'm correct. So, all right. Let's see who I can raid then. Let's see. Well, Derpoff is playing League of Legends. I don't want to send someone to League of Legends. Cabo is playing Genshin Impact, and I don't know if I want to send people to Genshin Impact either, being completely honest. Webster is also streaming. Webster is doing Agonator, I guess, with chat or something. He's only been streaming for an hour. Let me see what Cabo is doing in Genshin Impact. If it's something that I don't feel like sending people to, I won't send it over there. Yeah, he's just doing I'm not gonna send you to Genshin Impact. I'll send you to whatever Webster is doing with Akinator. Webster's a really cool duck. You should definitely follow Webster if you haven't already. But he is apparently playing some Akinator stuff. Hope you guys have fun. If you're gonna stick around, if you don't, if it's not too late for you guys and you want to watch another stream, have fun with viewing Webster Duck. You can raid into him going Mao 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 and using your favorite 2 cat emotes. If you don't have my emotes, you can go Mao 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 and use the glitch cat emote, which is one of the default emotes. Hold on, let me pull that up. Where is it? What's glitch cat? Here it is. And just go like this. You can just copy and paste that into his stream. But thank you guys again for coming and watching episode 2, or case 2 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I will see you guys if you are coming back tomorrow for case 3. Whatever I said it was called earlier, something about moving trolley or something. Goodbye. Have a great time zone wherever you are. Bye-bye.
Okay. These are my Bionicles. My human helper is back. Alright, here we go. Oh, hello PunkJax, how are you doing? How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. I'm just doing a card opening right now, and then we're getting back to the Akinator Thunderdome. How are you doing? Hello everybody, I'm Webster Duck. I'm a variety streamer. I play video games badly and talk about birds goodly. And I'm about to do a card pack opening right now, so let's see. Alright, so we got 7 of clubs, that's pretty good. King of diamonds, not bad. Okay. 4 of spades, not too... Oh! Guys. We got a legit ace of clubs. I can't fucking believe it. A joker? Can you believe this pack? I pulled 2 aces! Ace of spades! I got ace of spades! I need a sleeve for that one. 6 of spades, 3 of hearts. I think that was a pretty fucking dope pack. I think... This is the dumbest thing I think I've ever done on stream. Gamer Wolf, thank you for lurking. Finish it. I can't do an entire 2 aces. 1, 2 aces stand before you. That's what I said. Now aces who adore you. Just go ahead now. Island Gold, thank you for following. God, I fucking love goals. I love goals a lot. Hold on. Let me get caught back up to chat. Don't put the spin doctors in my head. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I froze. Okay. I'll trade you a 4 of hearts for the clubs. I'll think about it. I need to put this card back in the deck. Okay. Now that we're back from that excellent bit. Hold on, let me give a shout out to PunkJax, who just raided. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing today? Sorry you kind of got me mid-bit. Thanks for the peas, Blaze Cat. It's hard searching for Webster Duck because that's apparently the name for the mascot of a baking company. Yeah, there's some like snack cakes brand that has a Webster Duck, and there's also a book about a duck named Webster, and there's also a coat named Webster Duck. Ah, that boy Brooke, thank you for gifting a sub to PunkJax. Thank you. I was playing some Great Ace Attorney, which is real interesting. Oh god, I've never played those games. I've played Aviary Attorney, and I thought that was great. I thought that was a super dope game. So what we're currently doing right now, to anybody who just came in, why is my VTuber model having so much trouble tracking my face currently? It's because I keep turning my head too much. So what we're doing, for anyone who just came in, we're currently building a roster of fighters in the Thunderdome. We're making a Thunderdome of fake Websters by finding all of the people on Akinator who fit the description of Webster but aren't Webster, and then we're going to make them duel to the death. That's the plan. That's what we've been doing for the past, looks like hour and 20 minutes or so. I'm gonna send you another Bird Magic the Gathering card, Webster. Thank you so much, GreatCon. I really love those. Is your character a duck? Yes. Am I from DuckTales? No, stop asking. Am I associated with guns? Not yet. Does your character wear a mask? I mean, I do when I go to the grocery store, and you should too. Is your character a pink fluffy unicorn, as in dancing on rainbows? No, I am not. Is your character white? Yes. Gunster coming soon. Howard the Duck, welcome to the Thunderdome. That's a good fake Webster. I'm gonna have to get a different picture because this one's a GIF. Hey, do you hear that?
It sounds like a bird.
Somebody redeemed bird
I
time.
fucking love bird time.
I'm hoping for bird time.
I was hoping for bird time. Bird time. Let's learn about a bird. Yes, that is exactly what we want to do right now. Excellent bird time timing. Thank you very much, Oz, for redeeming bird time. 1 second, let me save this image real quick.